Good afternoon. I am a middle-aged lady in a tiara hosting sprints. Um, so I see somebody's here. So if you want to say hi, do. If you're just hanging out to hang out, perfectly valid. If you're watching this back later, thank you for doing so. Uh, yeah. So today I have a big box of books to open. Let me see. It is one of these. And per the post office, it weighs 18 pounds and 1 ounce. So I'm just going to put that off to the side for now. Let's see. My attempt to kind of read down my library book inventory, books I currently have checked out from the library. I have 10 to go, and I managed not to check any out over the last couple of weeks. Although I did buy some books. Oh, Lisa's here, the lost coffee mug, and she has to say, hey, everyone, I may have to hop off if the tornado watch becomes a warning. Ooh, well, I hope you have somewhere safe to shelter, because that's no joke. And Wyoming says, a barkity bark sock, book hauls are my favorite. Well, I have some. I also went on an epic 3-state used bookstore binge last Friday. And I got 34 books. I thought I had gotten 31. And then I realized there was a bag with 3 books in it in my trunk that I had just not made it into the house. I had 34 books that I picked up that day. And I went to 3 states. I went to the Book Barn here in Niantic in Connecticut. Some of you voted for me to do that in the Tea and Biscuits live stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. It was unanimous. So among the people who voted, 100% said go to the Book Barn. And that was both gratifying and not terribly surprising. And what was the other thing? And then I went from there to Mary's Paperbacks in Warwick, Rhode Island. And then so that was east. And then I went north to Used Book Superstore in Burlington, which has reasonable prices. I was surprised. I thought they were going to be more expensive than they were. And also you get a 20% discount if you tag them on social media. So I did that. And I got a bunch of books, and it was a good time. Oh, also there was a nice cupcake store next to Mary's Paperbacks in Rhode Island. So that was nice. And then I got into some traffic on the way home, which was not so nice. I did get into a little traffic going through Providence in Rhode Island on my way from Warwick to Burlington, Mass, because it was a Friday afternoon. It was probably like around 1:30, 2 o'clock. And so there were a lot of people peeling off of I-95 onto 295 to go out to Cape Cod for the weekend. And I imagine doing some other stuff. And then I had not as much, but a little bit further north, people going on 495 in Massachusetts to get to Cape Cod. And Aina, oh, I'm under a watch as well, she says. Well, I hope you have somewhere safe to shelter. And maybe even Lisa can shelter together. Oh, cupcakes and books, says Lisa. It was good. It was really good. And so, but I'm not going to do that haul today because I have, oh boy, again, this 18-pound box of Harlequin super romances. So I want to get that opened on camera. I may have to like rearrange things a little bit. I want to do that today because the person who sold these, they actually got these to the post office just like less than an hour, like not just generated a shipping label, but they were in the hands of the post office less than an hour after I ordered it. Plus they also took, I kind of made an offer. I did the make an offer for less than the listed price. They took it, they had it in the post office's hands in less than an hour. I think it was like 45, 50 minutes, something like that. And I got this yesterday, but I wanted to open it on camera, and I want to do that. I want to make sure I get that done today because I want to be able to leave them feedback. And before I leave them feedback, I want to make sure that everything is as described. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be, but And in other reading updates, this is where I am on my filling in each of these squares represents 1 hour, and some of them I subdivide into four because for if I read for an hour and 45 minutes or something. So I am at 61 and a half hours. So that's exciting. And like I said, I only have 10 books out from the library to read, and then I can start having some fun with my own TBR. But first off, I think it's probably a good idea to get 10 minutes of yuck out of the way. I'm going to go get a beverage, get a cold drink. I had a hot coffee before I started because I needed the caffeine boost, and I need to go out and get the mail. It's really gross here, you guys. It's just really not nice. So that's if I take it slowly, maybe it'll take me the full 10 minutes just to get the mail. We shall see. And so I'm going to go do that while we have our 10 minutes of yuck, TM Nicole. So 10 minutes of yuck. And okay, so we're going to be 10 minutes of yucking it to 16. Hey, Tara! We're just about to start our 10 minutes of yuck. So that's going to take us up to 17 minutes past the hour. Sprinting until 00:17. And here is the radio station for those of you who are interested in some classic rock. And I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Okay. It's been 10 and a half minutes, something like that. So we are back, and I got the mail. It was it was a bit of a trek because it's not that far to the mailbox from my house, but it is very hot and not nice at all. I also retrieved my map cork board of the US and Canada. I haven't done any more to it since last week because I do want to put some flowers and stuff like that, local interest type stuff on there, but I have to go to the library to print some of that out. I did get a package of travel related stickers to put on there, but I think I'm going to finish decoupaging it first and then slap those on top. I also have my pins, which were kind of missing for a couple of days, but I have them now. And I have a couple to put on here myself. So I have Coastal Oregon, if I can find Coastal Oregon, and Connecticut. So Coastal Connecticut. So a little bit of a local interest for me. And if anybody has another location in the US or Canada for me to put on the board, let me know. You can see there are a few pins. So that's that. And are we ready? Are we ready for 18 pounds of books? Should I cut the tape? Oh boy, should I? Should I? Does reading a comic count for a pin? I don't see why not. I mean, there are no rules. There are no rules. It's just whatever I say goes. And I say reading a comic counts. Absolutely. So if you want to lay it on me, I will add the pin. San Francisco. Nice. That was going to come up anyway, I think. So, oh, actually, San Francisco's already on here. I don't remember what it was for, if it was something somebody else was reading or something I was reading, but San Francisco's actually already been pinned. What I might do is get out a bigger pin just to represent if I could do this without injuring myself. Ah, come on, you. Okay. Because I have these tiny little pins, but then I have these big ones. And I figure that on locations that end up having more than one person, more than one book, I will put the bigger pin. So I just did. And I already did that for New York City last week, I think, because we had at least 2 people who were reading books that were set in New York City. Probably end up happening for Los Angeles as well. Okay. Nice. And Wyoming says, I agree, comics count. Well, it's my board, they're my pins, and I say comics. Yes, but it's nice to know that I just rather err on the side of inclusion rather than exclusion. Audiobooks, etc. Movies, I don't see why I couldn't include movies. Okay, so are we ready for the 18-pound, 1-ounce box of books? Should I cut the tape? Show us the books. Okay. They mailed it to me in one of these boxes with a lid rather than, the flaps that you fold down. Which is nice. It's sturdy. I should have gotten the box cutter when I went downstairs, but I'm just doing this, which is not really the safest way to do it. Especially, okay. If I accidentally stab myself on camera and start to bleed out, please call emergency services. And you're like, I don't know, there's a lady somewhere in Connecticut who is bleeding out. Ah! This isn't going well. I haven't injured myself, but there we go. This tape is awfully good. Yes, the suspense is painful, says Wyoming. It's not the only thing. Stormy's here. Hey, everyone, she says. It's warm. We've had the air conditioner's been going all morning just to keep it at 76 and all day. Oh, and Lisa says, hey, Storm, you arrived just in time to see the books. You may have to wait a couple minutes while I struggle. And this is Sock's way of meeting a doctor. Sorry, sir, I was trying to open a box. Yes. It's like those people who like don't exercise until, and you know, they don't have to do much in the way of yard maintenance or that kind of outdoor exercise. And then like the first snowfall and they have to shovel snow for the first time in like 8 or 9 months. 5 months if you live in Minnesota, and they have a heart attack. I have a heart attack with this. Ooh, this is exciting. I'm going to pick you guys up so you can see what's in the box. I should get Mom Marionette in here to hold that while I pull off. Again, you're on the move. Close your eyes if you get seasick. I'll tell you when it's safe to open them again. Okay. I moved it, held it shakily over the books, and moved it back. They have just beautifully, oh, these covers are just so amazing. I love this so much. Huh. These super romances aren't as long as I remember them being. I thought these were from the 80s. Yeah. I thought they were longer. I mean, okay. We have Once a Stranger by Megan Alexander. Oh, my goodness. All I did was breathe. Stormy says, I just got home from going with Dad to pay bills and still not feeling great, so I am wiped. So seeing this, and it was like, yay, book. Hopefully this is relaxing as you watch me sweat my eyebrows off, pretty much literally. Okay, so yeah, because I remember some of these were longer. Anyway, this is like 300 pages. I mean, it's still not short, but Once a Stranger. Ooh, it takes place in Oaxaca, Mexico. She's a potter, and it's her former husband, so it's a second chance. I don't like second chance. You screwed it up. You know, you blew it. Move on. But sometimes, if they can make a good case as to why these people should be together. And then there's this one, A Dangerous Sentiment by Lynn Erickson from October 1986. She knew too much for her own good. Her fiance, a Secret Service agent, is dead, and she was sure his demise had been no accident. But what did a dyed-in-the-wool New Englander, a writer of cookbooks, know about the Secret Service? Okay. So she's meeting her former fiance's magnetic partner. This is more like romantic suspense. I have Once a Stranger. Oh, awesome! Buddy read. We can have a buddy read. Awesome. That'd be fun if you feel like doing a buddy read at some point. Oh, and this is, I like this. Oh, wait. These have taglines. So Once a Stranger. Oh, it just says by the author of Blossoms in the Snow. Okay. This one is by the author of Storm Swept. However, this one, which is also from October of 86, See Only Me by Shirley Lawson, it says they had a past, but did they have a future? again with the second chance. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, buddy, but should you really be shirtless in a kitchen? No shirt, no shoes, no service. This one is a wraparound. It's just a continuation of the scenery from the front. And this one isn't exactly a continuation because you have the couple on the front and they're here. So unless they're capable of bilocation, I think that that's not actually. Stormy says, once I find it in one of my tubs. Oh, okay. I was like tubs. I was like having trouble like tubs. Oh, the tubs in which you keep the books. I would love to buddy read. LOL. Awesome. Awesome. I wonder if Sarah has it. Sweet Tomorrows by the author of Hold On to Forever. And this is from November of 1986. That was when I turned 16. I have a ring somewhere that was a gift for me on my 16th birthday. I'll get it out during the sprints and show it to you. I don't know if it fits the moment because I've kind of been gaining some weight. So, oh, it's exciting. We have activities on the back. She's playing with a doll, can relate, and they're fencing. Awesome. She she owns an antique doll shop. She used to be a broker on Wall Street, but it was too stressful. So she was just like, no, I'm going to move to the small town and become an owner of an antique doll shop. Respect. And he's scarred from his years as a boxer in a way that only highlights his rugged handsomeness. Ooh. He doesn't look like a financial planner. And he's surprisingly reticent. This is very interesting to me. I think I want to read that once I'm done with my library books. Evelyn E.A. Crow, A Final Payment by the author of Moment of Madness. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. It's rich people behaving badly. He marries her, but he doesn't love her. He just wants her shares, or so she thinks. Her name is Jo Beth, and she's sure that he will come to love her in time. Yeah, tale as old as time. She set out to create the perfect marriage only to discover that wedded bliss might cost them their lives. I mean, look at this. Look at this action. There's an oil rig and they have personal flotation devices, but the water's probably pretty cold. And this guy is just like evil. You know, like in a movie version, he would be played by Michael Ironside. So, I found a love for bookstore and bakery romances. Yes, aren't they awesome? I mean, this one is antique doll shop, but you know, it's kind of adjacent, especially with my dolls. They go to bakeries and bookstores all the time. Ah, Karen Field, Time Will Tell. Ooh. It is a from January of 1987. Woohoo. And it has a promotional line. The odds were against them, but their love made them strong. And then on the back, it looks like, I'm wondering if she had a pregnancy that didn't end well or something, or maybe she has cancer. She's an attorney. Oh, well, because it looks, I mean, she's definitely in the hospital. There's actually a IV stand here. But this dude is a devastatingly attractive stranger who bore an amazing resemblance to her dead husband. Maybe he is her dead husband and he had to fake his own death. I love it when they fake their own deaths. It's such a fantasy. Yeah, that's intriguing. I like this. Mm-hmm. I mean, boy, I've just barely gotten started. That's just like 6 out of 50. I could do this all afternoon, but we probably should have some sprints soon. Oh, this is by Sarah Orwig. I have a love swept by her. It's called Gypsy Fire. I hope this is not a slur against Romany people, because that would not be great. It's by the author of A Chance in Time. They're star witnesses to a crime. So they got to. So Jake is taking Molly to his remote house, his isolated house in the Ozarks. And so, but they both witnessed a crime, so they're hiding out until they can testify. Hmm. There's a child on the back, and there's even a teddy bear. I don't know that. I don't think she's either of their child. Maybe she's like a next door neighbor. Maybe she's a younger sister or a cousin or something. Okay. Oh, wow, that's interesting. See, oh, it's Emily Richards, Season of Miracles by the author of Something So Right. And she's a school teacher. And it's a second chance. And it doesn't specify, but I'm guessing this takes place in the Southwest, or she's Mexican American or something, or he is, or they both are. Because if you see, we've got a Christmas tree, which is decorated with God's eyes. That was a big craft in California when I was like in elementary school. God's eyes everywhere. This is from December of 1986. My uncle got way into making God's eyes. He was just into it. Oh, this is a series, January 1987. This is by Sally Garrett, and it is book 1 of the Rainbow Hills series. It's called Weaver of Dreams. And, oh, she grew up dirt poor on a Kentucky farm. And she's an accomplished weaver, hence the title. And the only reason she can't run her own shop is that she does not know that much about wool production. So she's interning at Dane's Montana sheep farm to find out more about where does the wool come from. Like, I mean, she knows basically, I would guess, where it comes from, but she wants to know more. And here she is, weaving and looking over her shoulder, like, I am intrigued by this manly rancher, but I also have weaving to do. So that is, I'll do one more, and that will be 20% of the books because I have 50, and that will be 10. Peggy Nicholson, Child's Play. The tagline is just saying that she's the author of A Soft Lies, A Summer Light. Holy smokes. Apparently she needs to kidnap this child and from the child's father. I don't know what's going on here, but look, he's not a bad dad. He's playing checkers on the beach. That seems all pretty freaking wholesome. Why does she want to kidnap? Snatching a small boy from under his bodyguard's nose was going to prove no mean feat, but she was committed. Why? Why are you doing this? It's not offering any kind of justification for why she'd be abducting this child. I'm keeping my eye on you. Oh, Lisa's now in a warning. So thoughts, prayers, whatever it is you do when you know somebody's dealing with stuff. That's for Lisa and possibly Anna, because they went from, at least Lisa went from tornado watch to tornado warning. So hopefully she'll be good and safe. Oh, wow, says Tara. That's a wild one. Oh, what the heck? And it has the same name as a horror movie, which I don't think it'd come out. November 1986. Again, the month I turned 16. Child's Play hadn't come out yet, the movie. Yeah. I'll go ahead and read the whole thing and then we can, figure that out. She'd set herself a nearly impossible task. Snatching a small boy from under his bodyguard's nose was going to prove no mean feat, but Tay Kenyon was committed. She'd built her plan on cunning and deceit, but Mac McAllister proved an unexpected complication. A biologist conducting research in the Caribbean, or Caribbean, Mac enticed Tay in every possible way, but Mac required truth, and truth, unfortunately, Take, not provide. What she needed to do was ignore her heart. Mac would never understand her motives. I don't understand your motives. And she'd never forgive herself for inflicting pain on the man on for inflicting pain on the man she loved. I wonder if she's like a non-custodial parent or the sister of a non-custodial parent, or I don't know. If it told you, you wouldn't read it. That's Stormy's assessment. You are not wrong, Stormy. I'm like, how can they possibly justify this? Okay, so that's the first 10, so 20% of the 50 books. And I think now might be a good time to do half an hour of sprint. So, and we'll come back for more. Tara says, maybe someone hired to keep her to kidnap the child. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Why would she do this? I mean, he couldn't, she says he couldn't possibly understand her motives. So presumably she does have some. I don't know. Maybe she's being blackmailed into kidnapping the child. Like, we have your child, so you're going to have to kidnap this other child. Like The Chain by Adrian McGinty. Okay, so we're going to do a half an hour sprint. So that'll take us up to 8 minutes past the, wait, how does that work? 8 minutes past the hour. I may fall asleep, says Stormy. Well, I can continue with story time, but people probably, I don't know. If people want me to, I can just keep doing story time all afternoon. But of course, I mean, you can watch it back later, but I don't know. Or let's see, what do people want to do? Do we want to have a sprint? These are all in excellent condition. It's like the spines. Well, the spines haven't been broken, but they're fairly floppy. So, I mean, they're not trade paperback floppy, but they're fairly floppy. Okay, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and do a sprint. So we're going to go till 10 minutes after the hour. So sprinting until, whoops, because I do have some stuff I want to get done today. 10 minutes past the hour. And here is the radio station, which for once I will be listening to it as well, because what I'm doing is, oh, Stormy says, my allergies are kicking my butt. Go ahead and sprint. Sorry to hear that. Oh, I hope you had a good birthday. I totally missed out on that. I mean, I think I sent you a DM, a happy birthday DM, but I haven't spoken to you live and in person since then. In person. Anyway, so we're going to do a half an hour sprint, and I'm going to actually be listening to the radio for once because I got stuff to do. Okay, and we're back. And Stormy said, yes, thanks for reasons. And Lisa says she's back. The storm ended up getting super weak before it got to us. Well, that's good. That's good. So let's see. Come on. Child's Play has to be good. It was nominated for a Rita Award. Now, is that the kidnapping one? Yeah. Oh, okay. It was. Huh. Well, thank you for that extra research. Appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, as Stormy pointed out, the fact that they won't tell me why she wants to kidnap a kid makes me want to read it. Strategic withholding of information. Thank you, Gwen. Appreciate it. So, did everybody have a nice sprint? I just kind of messed around. I'm sort of toying around with getting my books a little better organized. It's like constant work in progress because I keep going out and buying more. But it's also, like I said, it's very hot. I mean, my air conditioning is struggling to just keep us at 76, and it's a muggy 76. So I keep having to stop for Hawaiian punch. Excuse me. It is tropical red punch. Not Hawaiian punch. It's not branded. So are we? Oh, and I found the ring that I got for my 16th birthday on November 1st, 1986. And I could shove it down over my left ring finger knuckle, but I might have a bit of a struggle to get it back off again. And I don't know that it would look that great. Anyway, this is what it is. I don't know if you can see it very well. Maybe I can put it on my smallest finger. Yeah. It's kind of, it's gold and silver around a large piece of coral. And the band is gold or gold plated. I don't know. It's not gold plated because it doesn't turn my finger green. Anyway, the band is, it's gold all the way around, and then the silver is up here at the top of the mount, so to speak. So that is my 16th birthday ring. November 1986. Okay, so are we ready for more super romance? Because I'm about to just go through another like 10 or so. Seemed like 10 was a good kind of amount, 20%. Okay, so now we have, okay, we're back to November of 1986. Oh, somebody has a comment. Let's do it, says Lisa. More books, more books. Hey, Emily Lost in the Library, how's it going? Popping in to say hi. Hi back. We're going through my, I ordered a box of 50, a lot of 50 Harlequin super romances on eBay. They seem to be mostly from the 80s. There might be a couple from the 90s. I'm not sure. And yeah, I've been going through them. I've already done 10 out of the 50, so that's 20%. And Wyoming says, yes, she wants more. And Emily says, I'm working this afternoon. Well, if it's the kind of work you can do while you listen to my nonsense, please do. If it's not, then I appreciate your stopping by. OMG, what is a super romance? What a haul. Super romance is a line, and I think they might still do it. They're longer than Harlequins usually are. I wish we had Sarah the Bookish Knitter here to explain to us all about this line. They're longer. Like usually like a Harlequin Presents or a Harlequin Romance is going to be like 180 to 195 pages long, 100, yeah. And these are closer to 300. I seem to recall that when they first started, they were even longer, like 350 or 400. And I have an older one kicking around here somewhere, but I was looking for it during the sprints and couldn't find it. So anyway, and I think this is mostly North American writers writing these as opposed to the British writers. So far, all of these have been North America or North Americans abroad. So that's what a super romance is. These are from the 80s. I think they still do it, but I'm not sure. Okay, so we're ready for the next set of 10. So this is from November of 1986. It's called Halfway to Evan. Halfway to Evan. I just suddenly got Cockney, halfway to heaven. And the tagline is only the past stood in the way of their future. Is this more second chance? Oh, she's got a missing fiance. He's got a rebellious teenage daughter, and he's going to try to. Oh, she's the one with the rebellious teenage daughter, and she has an alarming attraction to sexy department store magnate Cole Braxton the third. Cole Braxton the third. Yeah, his family was like, Cole Braxton. That's a good name. Let's do it a second time. And then the next generation was like, Cole Braxton. Yeah, yeah. We're just sticking with that. She couldn't afford to fall in love with him. She's still optimistic that her missing fiance would return home. And anyway, so there we are. We've got some kind of hot air balloon action, and there's a very 80s rainbow polo shirt. And then on the back, we have like, it looks like a junk, like maybe we're in Hong Kong or something. And then we have this dude who looks like Dean Winchester's having a real rough day. And yeah, life was far too complicated, and yet they can resolve it in 304 pages. Stormy says the super romance line ended in 2018. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I should have looked some of this up before I started, but on the other hand, you guys are very kind about doing my research for me, so thank you. Okay, so that was Halfway to Heaven by Pamela Bauer. I feel like I maybe have some Candlelight Ecstasies by her. Oh, wow, this is like a Canadian thing. Judith Duncan, All That Matters. And the tagline is by the author of Into the Light. So it's not, you know. Anyway, nothing could change how she felt about him. So she is an assistant to a distinguished member of parliament. But when he asked her to pinch hit as the cook on his family's Alberta ranch, it was a dream come true. This sounds like an abusive staff to me, but whatever. So she loves going out to the West, and she meets her boss's nephew, who is the quintessential cowboy. He's also a generation older, a divorced father of 4, and disillusioned about love. Oh, wow! He's going to get himself a free nanny. Hooray, hooray! I love that for him, not so much for her. Okay. Draw Down the Moon by Bobby Hutchinson, by the author of A Meeting Place. Oh, wait. I didn't show you the back. It's like, I'm getting some Maria von Trapp energy here. They're like Ring Around the Rosie outside a giant farmhouse. Okay. Someone call HR, LOL, says Ana. She's a government employee. Okay. Draw Down the Moon. And on the back of this one, oh, it looks like maybe we have some physical disability representation for She Is in a Wheelchair. And it looks like we're in the UK, maybe. Oh, we're back in Canada. Oh, this is from March of 1987. She never stopped believing in her dreams. She had an accident. Before the accident, she'd been a brilliant dancer. After, the object of pity. In time, her strength of spirit overcame others' misconceptions and her own fears. She cherished 2 dreams: becoming Vancouver's top disc jockey and finishing that city's marathon in a wheelchair. So we are in Vancouver. And so she meets this dude who is a former RCMP hostage negotiator called Luke Chadwick. Well, with that name, it was either that or becoming an action star. So he went with RCMP. He knew he'd put an end to one dream, but he intended to replace it with another. I wonder if he was somehow responsible for her accident. I don't know. But anyway, she wants to be a DJ. Okay, so that's 3. Let's see. And then we have Meg Hudson, The Forever Promise by the author of More Than a Memory. Sometimes these little things down here are actually have like a fun little taglines, but sometimes it's just, oh, they also wrote this book. And we have some pretty flowers on the back and a house. A lot of these seem to have houses on the back. Oh, it's a second chance romance. I'm sorry, buddy, you blew it. On a sunny June day 14 years ago, just hours before she was to wed King Faraday, her high school sweetheart, Claire Parmenter made a devastating discovery. Another woman was carrying her fiance's child. She fled the small New York town and she never looked back until now. Family problems called her home, and she meets the embittered Dr. King Faraday. They're haunted by the past. I want to bet he was like claiming paternity of some lady's kids because some lady's kid, or claiming responsibility for her pregnancy because she was like in some kind of weird, untenable situation where she needed somebody to bail her out and she actually wasn't carrying his physical child. That would be my guess. Stormy says, I like those 80s covers as they remind me of the historical covers, but in contemporary version with those wraparounds. Yes, yes, I am on board with that. Yeah. Even the style, kind of. I mean, you could just put him in a kilt and put her in a 18th century dress, and you got a Highlander romance. Ooh, I think we're going to have more questions of legitimacy for this book by Janice Kaiser. Is called Love Child. Ooh, by the author of Meant to Be. Her son's future was at stake. She's the widowed mother of a crippled little boy. Oh, I don't know that we would use that term right now. Living on the edge of poverty. She's willing to do almost anything to provide for her son. He wants a child, and he'd pay handsomely for the perfect surrogate mother. So, oh, okay. And then she falls in love with him. And she's like, oh, no, I'm going to give birth to this child for him. And then he's just going to walk away with my love and his child. Yes, I really like the covers also, says Wyoming. So more, yeah. So he's just going to take her child. And yeah, more exploited labor. Awesome. And it looks like maybe there's some kind of like African safari or something like that. I don't know. There's something about those trees that's giving me Serengeti vibes. Okay. And here we have Tempting Fate by Risa Kirk, R-I-S-A. She's the author of Beyond Compare. And this is from December of 1986. And oh, look, she's giving some kind of talk. Looks like it might be medical. Not sure. Loving him was tempting fate. Raya Merrill thought handling public relations for the controversial Geneticon account would cinch her promotion. Instead, it almost ended her career. Wow. The press had accused the genetic research laboratories of carrying out monstrous experiments, and it was Raya's job to dispel those rumors. But the owner rejected her advice to cooperate with the press. Raya found Colin's attitude infuriating and the chemistry between them undeniable. Okay. So he's got an expert in public relations, but he's not going to heed her advice. That's going to be very frustrating for her. I wonder if we will have another HR complaint and or lawsuit. Let's see, in January of 1987 by Eleni Carr, The Forever Bond. His love dissolved the bonds of her past. Like super glue and salt water. Eve had blossomed with Carl's love. Eve Raptis had freed herself from the bonds of a conservative upbringing and a traditional marriage. Her new career as a high school guidance counselor was hard won, but she was proud of her achievement. Okay. Then Carl Masters came into her life. His sensitive, carefree nature put the finishing touches on a rejuvenated, newly sensual woman, and she'd never been happier. But then something happens and the responsibilities of her old life start impugning on her present life. And she's like, I don't want to go back. And yet I find myself kind of slipping into old ways, like hating joy, I guess. Anyway, so it looks like we've got like a painting situation, art type painting, not house painting. And we're having some pizza. He's feeding her pizza. And I'm guessing that the guy sitting off to the side is maybe a troubled youth that she's providing guidance counseling to, possibly related to him. I don't know. That would be my guess. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Ooh, this one, oh my. This is called Voices on the Wind by Sandra Canfield, by the author of Cherish This Moment. Lisa, LOL, my mind went into the gutter when he said he's eating her pizza. He's feeding her pizza is what I actually said. Anything else that happens that could be metaphorical for that? We shall see. Okay, now we have Voices on the Wind by Sandra Canfield, by the author of Cherish This Moment. Now, as you can see, this is very luxe. Ooh, I mean, she's got a gold lame gown with a very, very visible zipper. Yes, we could, or maybe it's, I don't know. Mind is in the After Dark show. Yes, because that was, not only did I post that video last week, but yesterday, no, day before yesterday, we had Bargain Counter Argument After Hours live with Kristen. Anyway, so very luxe. We've got, oh, just, there's like, oh my goodness, look at that chandelier. Look at it, just look at it. And yeah, I mean, look at this. It looks like they took over Versailles for the day or something. And then on the back, we're running on a beach. We're running on a beach, possibly in slow motion. She made him feel alive again. Oh, wow. Nicole Rollins had seemed the perfect wife, so perfect her husband Burke had run away and buried himself in an ocean of bourbon and guilt rather than accept her death. I mean, bourbon does taste better than guilt, but it's no long-term solution. Anyway, he's going to meet his old friend. And anyway, so yeah. It doesn't sound like there's too much weird going on there. Up to, okay, let's see what we have here. Belonging by Sandra James, the author of A Family Affair. Oh my goodness, I don't know that I want to read that. It was the one of the many, many prequels to Flowers in the Attic. Okay, here we go. They're on a porch. It looks like we're in the South. I mean, the South of the United States, Southeast. She belonged in his arms. He's the chief of police. She's the mayor. He was not her first choice for chief of police. He's a tough ex-cop from Chicago. It's a small town. Can they get along in the suburbs? He fits in perfectly, a little too perfectly for Angie's liking. She's going to have to run off and drown herself in bourbon. He's won the hearts of everyone, from his taciturn secretary to Angie's two little girls. Oh my goodness. Wow, she has a secret that she can never reveal. Don't become a politician if you have a secret you can never reveal, because somebody's going to find it out and splash it all over the front page. And then you're going to hire that PR. You're going to have to hire that PR lady from the other book. And then you're going to be like, I'm not going to do what she says. Her boss doesn't do what she says. Why should I? I mean, it's going to be a real mess. Oh, well, anyway, it looks like the little girls play softball. I remember having shorts like that when I was a kid in the 80s. And there she is doing something important at a lectern with microphones, more than one, covered by radio and TV. Anyway, and I think this is one last one before the next set of sprints. Yes, this will be number 10. Meg Hudson, again, A Way to Remember. This is from March of 1987 by the author of The Forever Promise, which might have been the one I just looked at. Anyway, this is a very colorful cover. It looks like it's taking place in Mexico. either New Mexico or classic Mexico. And oh, we're actually in Aruba. Oh, okay. So those colorful flowers are Caribbean flowers or Caribbean, depending on how you roll with that pronunciation. Some things should last forever. When Chris Talmadge met Dr. Madeline Clark at the slot machines in one of Aruba's sumptuous casinos, he literally hit the jackpot and dubbed Madeline his lady luck. She's wildly attracted to Chris despite the physical and emotional scars he still carried from a tragic explosion at his plastics factory. So she goes up to him and she's, "What's wrong? Are you okay? What happened?" And he's going to say one word: plastics. Just a little humor from The Graduate. She knew time would heal his wounds, yet time was one thing they could not share. But they can share a giant pitcher of margaritas. She had some choices to make. But like the branches of Aruba's legendary DVD tree, she knew there was only one direction to follow. I'm wondering if that's a DVD tree. It's pretty boss. I'll look it up during the sprints. So that was another 10. So now we're at 40%. We're not even halfway through. What are we thinking? I'm very excited. Very, very excited by all of this. I love what's happening here. I love this for me. Not going to lie. I'm into it. So another half hour for reading at productivity and napping. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. I'm going to round down a little bit because it's 31 minutes past the hour. Lisa says, so many good books you got. Well, they sound promising. We'll see what happens. Okay, I'm actually going to do like 29-minute sprint because that'll take us right up to the top of the hour. So yes to the top of the hour. Okay. Whoops. Sprinting to 0000, top of the hour. And let me put in the link. I am going to be listening to the radio again. I'm going to try to do stuff. It's really not a great situation for doing stuff. Okay, I'm muting myself and I will see you in about 28 Okay, it is now the top of the hour, and we're back. I'm trying to reorganize my books in the heartfelt hallway, and I think I am making some progress. I am on a roll, but that doesn't mean I can't take a break, which is a lesson I need to learn. That it's okay to take a break. It does not necessarily mean I won't get anything done for the rest of the day. And one of the things I did was I grabbed this. This was a Harlequin super romance from I think it was 83, that I picked up a few weeks ago and hauled it at that time. Yeah, September of 1983, called The Snow Bride, and it's number 78. And this one is longer. This is 378 pages long. So I was not completely high on drugs when I said that super romances used to be longer. They actually were, and then they made them shorter sometime between 1983 and 1986. So this one has a very exotic cover. Well, exotic is a rough word to use. It is supposed to be the Siberian part of Russia. And we also have the US Capitol building. She's a political speechwriter, and he's I don't know. Oh, they're on a train hurtling across Siberia. The Trans-Siberian Express, perhaps? Snow Bride, Strangers on a Train, whatever, man. So, are we ready to talk about some more super romances? Because we've gone through 20 of 50, so we're at 40%. So are we ready to do some more? I'm ready to do some more. I hope you are as well. Nixie, says Gwen. Agreed. Okay, let's see what we got here. We have A Distant Promise by Debbie Bedford, which was published in December of 1986 by the author of Touch the Sky. And he looks like he's maybe a little on the older side. Is he a silver fox? Is she a silver fox? Nothing would ever be the same. Well, that's true pretty much of every minute of every day. Everyone in Dallas thought award-winning advertising copywriter Emily Luttrell had it all. And modestly, Emily had to agree. Well, she knows what she's worth. It makes me think of Emily Latella from Saturday Night Live. That was like back on like the first few years. It was Gilda Radner, and she was always this person who would mishear things, and then she'd do like this whole op-ed about the thing that she's hearing that she misheard, and then at the end they'll say, no, this is what they were talking about. And she'll go, oh, never mind. Okay, so anyway, then the boyishly handsome. Does he look boyishly handsome to you? To me, he looks kind of craggy and like an older gentleman. The boyishly handsome and wildly successful Philip Manning walked into a brainstorming session at her agency, and before she knew it, the real estate magnate had turned her world upside down. Almost overnight, she quit her job, moved to the farm, and became adopted mom to Philip's 2 nieces and nephew. But the most important change in her life was discovering the many hues of love. Okay, another guy gets a free nanny, and that's the back. Another house on the back of the book. Gotta clear some space on the floor. Okay, so, and then we have we're going to August of 1987. Gail Anderson, Orchid Moon. He gave her so much more than love. Children to provide free childcare for. Okay, there they are, having a good old time. Looks like we're eating a pretzel in a flower market. Her life was about to change. Nothing was extraordinary about Cleopatra S. Holmes except her name, Cleopatra Jones. Even her work at a San Francisco investment firm had lost its challenge. She was definitely in a rut until she met Clark Cannell. She offers, in one of the first impulsive acts of her life, she offered the handsome stranger a pretzel with mustard while he stood waiting at the entrance to the subway. Pretzel with mustard, that sounds like it might be a euphemism for something. Was she soliciting? The gesture set in motion a series of events that turned Cleo's ho-hum weekend into the adventure of a lifetime. But she knew all good things had to end, or did they? Okay, so we're actually, this is not Germany. This is San Francisco. And it looks like, are we going down to like the boardwalk at Santa Cruz? Okay. And then we have Vicki Lewis Thompson, Golden Girl, by the author of Butterflies in the Sun. We've caught them in the middle of removing one another's shirts. Cycling was her only passion. Okay. She had struggled and sacrificed to be the very best. Now she was going for the gold, literally aiming for a spot on the Olympic team. Sports romance. Okay. Well, she meets a dude. The unscrupulous tactics of a fellow cyclist had shaken her confidence, forcing her to train elsewhere. She goes to Arizona, and there she encounters her biggest distraction, warm, fun-loving Dutch Lindbergh. But she wants to concentrate her efforts on training for the Olympics. And there she is, training for the Olympics. Let's see. So here we go, February of 1987. Oh, this is giving me barista energy. Baristas before baristas. Georgia Bachhoven wrote Love Songs by the author of The Long Road Home. So we've got a soda dispenser, a cash register. It's a digital cash register, very fancy for the time. And there's a menu up here which offers things like Yogurt Plus, Berrylicious, and Cookie Plus. So it's like a milkshakes or something. Pineapple, strawberry, hot fudge sundae, Belgian waffle. You see some milkshakes up there? Her milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. Joe's future lay in Brad's past. That's J-O. All the senior citizens in the college town of Boulder, Colorado loved Perky Joe Williams, who ran the local frozen yogurt shop. One had even bequeathed her an inheritance. And that inheritance led Brad Tyler to her door one balmy spring night, and once there, he never wanted to leave. They're smitten, but their chances for happiness are obstructed because he's still experiencing pain for a lost love. She was determined to lay his ghost to rest. She'd have to risk losing him in order to gain his heart forever. Okay, so here we are in the yogurt shop. And here are senior citizens. This is a true wraparound because it's not just like the same couple on the back. It's some senior citizens who are watching the courtship unfold. So I'm wondering if we have some sassy grannies and grandpas looking on and offering them some well-intentioned romantic advice in a yogurt shop. I am not mad about any of this. Twice Shy by Evelyn A. Crow, who was the author of Final Payment. Didn't we look at a book called Final Payment? I think we already saw Final Payment, didn't we? This is from June of 1987. Tom Selleck shaved off his mustache. How about that? He gave her back love and laughter. Shelley Morgan would never forget her humiliation upon learning that her husband, Anthony, was guilty of treason. Wow, that's pretty hardcore. Then came the shock of discovering he'd been killed and that he had a twin brother, Cord Lowell. Is this another one of those like fake your own death kind of deal? When the FBI insisted Cord pose as her husband to help track Anthony's contacts. So he really is an identical twin. It's just that, okay. She found herself living with a man who was just as charming and dangerous as her ex, but hopefully not a traitor. But Cord made her feel loved again, and nothing else mattered until she learned that she and Cord were sitting ducks for enemy agents. And it looks like there's like some kind of fire that they're trying to put out. Treason? Enemy agents? Wildfires? Wow. A lot of these are borderline romantic suspense, but not all of them. Cherished Harbor by Kelly Walsh. And there's something down here, and I'm having a hard time reading it. This is black on a dark background. They couldn't think about the future while they were fighting for their lives, but they're doing so in a very nice setting. Marcy Keaton is fed up. She had had it with U.S. Marshals giving her orders, and she was sick, pretending she was someone she wasn't. This is from February of 1987, and this was from June of 1987. So if you were a person who was reading them as they came out, you had a little bit of breathing space between those two books. Okay, she was relocated to Clearwater, Florida, and given a new identity, but then she withdrew from the witness protection program. But then threats on her life began again, and so she let this dude into her house. I guess he's like some sort of protection person. But anyway, when they weren't dodging unknown enemies, they were sharing exquisite, passion-filled nights that left them both dreaming about a future they couldn't possibly share together. Judge Eyebrows here is not impressed. But I am. Sort of. Okay, we've got September of 1987. Sandra James again, Stronger by Far, by the author of Belonging. Tom Selleck got his mustache back. And time was running out. Kate McAllister's ex-husband had been kidnapped, and she only has 48 hours to come up with 50 grand at a Mexico City hotel. She only has 48 hours in a Mexico City hotel alone to come up with 50 large. She was sensible enough to realize the danger of a solo venture. The only man she could turn to was Jason Davalos, yet Jason hated her ex-husband. Oh, wow. He once loved her, and now he's going to help her get her husband back. And some kind of ranch is involved. I don't know what that's about, because Mexico City is very densely populated, and I think you have to go a fair amount of distance to find a ranch. And if they have 48 hours to come up with 50 large, they don't have time to be doing that. Maybe it's a flashback. Okay. And let's see, what's this? February of 1987 again. Ooh. Masks by Irma Walker, by the author of Games. She was too susceptible to his charms. Well, of course she was. All of them are. If they weren't, there would be no books. One hot story was all Tracy Morrison needed to prove to everyone at the Cincinnati Herald that she was capable of hardcore journalism. And trapping the lonely heart swindlers would be the hottest story of the year. Ooh, boy. The notorious couple preyed on people looking for companionship in the personal columns, so Tracy placed her own ad as bait. When Chris Collins nibbled, she knew she'd struck pay dirt. Chris was charismatic, sensitive, everything a professional con man should be, but that didn't stop Tracy from falling in love. Little did she know, Chris wasn't what he seemed. Oh, I wonder if he's also an investigative journalist trying to catch her, thinking that she is a Lonely Hearts con artist. Anyway, masks. So they're both wearing masks. And on the back, we have a paddle boat plying the river near Cincinnati. Is that the Ohio? It's not the Mississippi, is it? Okay. Cincinnati. This is the Ohio River. They have a beautiful ballpark right there on the river, or the confluence of two rivers. Barbara Kay, A Season for Roses, by the author of Just One Look. This love was ageless, timeless. 50-year-old widow Ashley Hart. Oh, this is from April of 1987. So she was born in 1937. So now she'd be in her late 80s. 50-year-old widow Ashley Hart was content to rattle around her big empty house now that the children were grown. Her fondest desire was to someday have grandchildren to dote over. Ryan McKay, however, was determined to challenge that desire. He's a handsome, distinguished banker, and he courts her with the fervor of a man half his age. Ashley had always thought romantic love was for her children's generation. Ryan wanted to change her mind. So she was born in 1937, but they're acting like she was born in like 1897. I don't know. But to do so, he would have to shatter the illusions Ashley held dearest. Oh, I wonder if her late husband was actually kind of a jerk and she didn't realize it. Like, not a jerk to her, but like was a criminal or embezzler or something. Anyway. And then on the back, the way this is posted, I mean, the way it was done. Okay, so she's tending to some flowers and she's wearing a very pale blue shirt, which is kind of blending into the sky. And I thought it was like a collage situation where somebody had just like cut out a picture of her head and just slapped it on the back of the book. And then I realized, oh no, she does have a body. She's not just like a disembodied head floating over the roses. We really had no fashion sense in the 80s, says Gwen. Speak for yourself. I looked very good in the 80s. By the standards of the day. I don't know. I had this gray suit with a peplin. I always felt like Kim Novak in Vertigo when I wore it. Ana says, y'all, I'm getting nervous. I hear thunder and temperature beeps bouncing from 80 to 68. Wow. Well, do you want to, do you have somewhere where you can seek shelter? I mean, like a basement or something? Well, no, not a basement, but, you know, something. Somewhere you can go. Under the bed? And one more before we have another sprint. She says, nope. Well, you know, thinking good thoughts. Chances by Janice Kaiser. By the author of Love Child, which I think we already looked at. This is from April of 1987 again. Neither knew what was in the cards. Blaine Kidwell was devastated when her teenage son was sent to a school for delinquents in Nevada. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, we now know about that. Unfortunately, we're not quite to the point where they've been reformed yet, but Paris Hilton would like a word. And all because he'd been defending her poker playing her career when taunted by another boy. Okay. Those zero tolerance policies have gotten way out of hand. She moved to Nevada to be near him and meet the school's headmaster, Caleb Rutledge. He was strong, compassionate, and an ex-priest. Boys Town. It's not Paris Hilton's nightmare. It's Boys Town. Their only common ground was a mutual concern for Jason and an irresistible physical attraction. But desire alone couldn't bring their worlds together. Only time would tell if love could. I wonder if his compassionate school for delinquents is going to be facing a financial crisis, and only a poker player can save the ranch. Snacking, says Ana, thinking about taking a step outside to remind myself that the world's not ending. Every time I think of Paris Hilton, I think of frosted lip gloss and bright blue eyeshadow. And teenage trauma at one of those, like, send your troubled child here schools that is actually, like, really, really abusive and dangerous. That's what I think of. Okay, so that was another 10. So now we are at 60%. And I think it's probably time for another sprint. And Ana, the world is not ending, but please be safe and careful in as much as you can. And we are going to sprint until 10 minutes to the hour. So sprinting. And I'm going to go see if I can wrestle some more books into some sort of organizational schema until 0050. And here again is the link for the River 105 0.9. Okay. Good luck, Anna. Pulling for you. See you guys in about 30 minutes. Okay, it's time to come back. I see Wyoming responded to Ana by saying, "The world cannot end as we all have too many books to read." This is very true. And Ana said, "Absolutely, no Armageddon until my TBR is done." And Ana says, "The sky goes boom, the walls go shake, anxiety say no, but my brain says, let's go." Okay. That doesn't sound like fun. I hate it when thunder is that bad, says Lisa. I know, I had that in August of 2016. We had a thunderstorm that just was apocalyptic. It was just, I had never heard that thunder that loud and that sustained, because it went on for like an hour. And I was just like, I'm not sure that this is, I don't like this. I got more done in the heartfelt hallway, but I also had a tiara mishap. I leaned backward, it fell off the back of my head. This is not the first time that's happened to me with a tiara, but it was like caught up in a piece of hair. So I had to like unravel it from my bun in order to free it from the tiara. It was painful. But at least my life was not in danger, or my home. Okay, are we ready for more? Sure we are. Sure we are. So we're 60% through. And after this, we'll be 80% through, and then we'll have another sprint. We have from April of 1987, Drive the Night Away by Jocelyn Haley, the author of A Time to Love. Okay, so yeah, we've got a nicely forested scene. Here. Okay, and in the back, more forests, more fun. And it felt so right. How could it be wrong? Because you're a first-degree relative? Sarah Dean thought she'd been in love before. She'd certainly known the heady thrill of romance. However, loving Cal was a different experience altogether, for nestled in the shy woodworker's massive embrace, she felt wholly at peace, as if at last she'd come home. Okay, but he refused involvement, saying she was a teacher, he was only a carpenter, and the distance between them was just too vast to be bridged. Intuitively, she knew he wasn't telling her the whole truth. So she devised a foolproof plan to discover it. Ooh, foolproof plan. They always go wrong. I love it. I'm here for it. Foolproof. Foolproof. Famous last words. Ooh, Tangled Dreams by Lynn Erickson, author of A Dangerous Sentiment. This is also from April of 1987. Candlelight Dinner. And a somewhat fancy chandelier. Gold rimmed plates. We're doing it upright. Okay. They longed to love, but neither knew how. Financial consultant Marjorie Lundstrom had perfected a shell of ice cold reserve so that she wouldn't be vulnerable again. And then she met Dr. Warren Yeager. I don't know. She agreed to traipse across Europe with him to help him find a potentially dangerous scientist. She soon regretted her impulsive decision. Warren was brilliant and devastatingly handsome, but she decided he was hopeless in matters of romance. He'd have to prove her wrong. Nerd! But nerds deserve love too. Nerds run the world. Okay, so that's the front where they're having the candlelight dinner. And he's giving young Kyle MacLachlan. Remember in Dune 1984 with Kyle MacLachlan had that like really buoyant hairstyle? Yeah. And then on the back, we've got, my goodness, it looks like some sort of Swiss facility. We've got various flags. I see the Swiss flag. I see a couple of other flags that I can't quite tell what they are. And yeah. And he's doing some kind of sciencey thing. Yeah. Awesome. Tangled Dreams. Nerds in Love. Remembered Magic. By Marissa Carroll. They were caught in a spell too strong to break. More candlelight. Nice. This is from July of 87. We're just moving right along here. A lasting bewitchment bound them together. Amanda and Evan had struggled in the early days of their marriage. Well, that's what it's for. Get it right. They lived in a rundown New York apartment, and they were enthralled by the magic that they created in each other's arms. Oh no! No, this is sad. Content warning for sad thing happening to a child. But just when Evan had achieved success, tragedy struck, their baby died, and suddenly so did their love. Yeah, that'll put a strain on your marriage. 3 years later, she's rebuilt her life. She lives in Florida. He mysteriously appears on her doorstep with plans of his own. This is a kind of second chance that I can actually get behind, because I think losing a child or a pregnancy, or a wanted pregnancy or a child, that'll really put a strain on a relationship. And I think maybe time apart is helpful, because a lot of times I joke about second chance romance, how I don't like it, because it's like, oh yeah, you blew it, everybody needs to move on. But when you have some sort of external event like this, something as tragic as losing a child, yeah, sometimes you need some distance to get over that, I would think. And so it's nice that they're trying again. And there they are in the back, walking along or standing on a deck, and there's yeah, good luck. Hope you can work it out. Well, it's a romance. It's a harlequin. Of course they're going to work it out, but it's still, sad. Okay. August of 1987, Casey Douglas, Season of Enchantment. She's also the author of Kentucky Woman. And, okay, this is another second chance. Going home again was never easy. More than a decade had passed since Beth Morrow had seen Marsh Taggart. Childhood sweethearts, they'd briefly been married before Beth had fled to Sierra Vista, determined to build a new life. As she goes back to the small, peaceful mountain town, she sees Marsh again, and it resurrects painful memories, but a flame still burns between them. She desperately wants another chance, but the barriers between them seemed as soaring and impenetrable as the surrounding Sierra Nevada. Is this the California side or the Nevada side? Anyway, I guess she's like a pediatrician or something like that, because she's got a baby. She's got a baby, and that other lady from after the first print is going to come in and take it away for reasons that are probably totally and completely legit, yo. Okay. Season of Enchantment. Ooh, By Any Other Name by Jeannie Trainer. She'd found the love that could set her free. And this is from July of 87. It looks like we've got a mountain lake. Some eucalyptus. No, that's not eucalyptus. That's that other stuff. She was a contradiction. Whitney Richardson had everything: beauty, sophistication, charm, and money. So what was she doing on a Wisconsin farm, and where exactly was all that capital coming from? Well, see, she stole this baby and ransomed it to a lady in Mexico City for, $50,000, 48 hours. Professor Adam Crawford wanted the answers. He was heading an agricultural project on Whitney's land, and her arrival was none too welcome. He knew she was trouble. He'd heard rumors. Shit. But Whitney suspected their source. An old enemy was trying to sabotage her homecoming, and somehow she'd prove it to Adam. She was tired of running from her past, and her growing love for Adam was just the impetus she needed to stand up and fight. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? There's a good boy. There's a very good boy in the back seat. Look at the good boy in the back seat. Barkity, barkity. Wisconsin. Search for the Rainbow by Sharon Brondos, the author of Give and Take. Boy, that's confrontational. She says, the back of that book does look like Wisconsin. I mean, I guess the front of it could too. I don't know. Just, yeah. It's a mountain lake. And Wyoming Walls is like Barkity, little dog icon. I'm sure Silly would be interested. Okay, Search for the Rainbow. This is the one. Yes, this is a very, their faces are taking up the whole cover. Her only crime had been trusting her husband. Was he a traitor? Did he have an identical twin brother? But Bill Woburn didn't know that. Woburn. That in Massachusetts, that was where I was stuck in a traffic jam Friday rather. Woburn. He didn't know that. All the police lieutenant knew for certain was that he'd helped convict Julie Chandler's ex of some heinous crimes, and that she was still an object of suspicion. She just wanted to build a new life for herself, moving to a new town and becoming a lounge pianist. Ooh, a lounge pianist! I love it! Fabulous Baker boys and gals. But forgetting her disastrous past was impossible with Bill Woburn around to remind her of that traffic jam she got stuck in Massachusetts. He was a reminder of her mistakes, also a temptation. And Julie wasn't ready to trust again or fall in love. First, she had to face the horrors of her past. And it's just like some kind of she's a lounge pianist somewhere. It looks like maybe a mountain resort or something. Okay. August of 1987, again, by special request by Barbara Kay, by the author of A Season for Roses. We got some kind of rodeo thing going on. Or not rodeo, just like ranch. She was a mystery. Audrey Hamilton couldn't escape her past. 5 years ago, her socially prominent family was ruined by scandal, and Audrey had struggled to rebuild her life. Now she was again faced with unwanted publicity. Well, I know this public relations person that nobody seems to listen to. Boyd Benedict offered her a refuge. The rugged owner of the luxurious Phoenix Hotel where Audrey worked proposed she hide out at his family's isolated ranch. Oh boy, let's go to an isolated second location with this guy. Her employer, no less. Oh, is he going to marry her so he gets free childcare again? Audrey agreed, partly out of fear of notoriety, but mostly because of Boyd himself. She'd never before been so attracted to a man. That's how they get you. But his curiosity about her could jeopardize their newfound love. You got some kind of like stagecoach deal? Mm-hmm. Okay. After Midnight by Ruth Alana Smith, the author of For Richer or Poorer. We got another riverboat. I just happen to be sitting next to my riverboat ornament on the summer tree. Mm-hmm. I think I've mentioned that before, but yes, I have a riverboat ornament. I'm extra like that. They had more in common than they suspected. As a psychologist for the New Orleans Police Department, Alex Vaughn had her hands full. The chief was unsupportive, and the men resented dealing with the lady shrink. Sergeant Nick Stavos was particularly trying. The handsome cop stubbornly resisted her attempts to probe his troubling nightmares. Instead, he pulled out all the stops to charm Alex. He was determined to have her in his life and his bed. Yeah, I don't respect you or your profession or what you do or the attempts that you make to help me and my colleagues, but you're pretty, so let's bone. But Nick was shocked to discover the cool, sexy Doc was hiding something, a secret that manifested itself after midnight. She plays jazz trumpet in a New Orleans band. That's her. And that's her. They're both the same person. That's a big secret. Let's see. Oh, May of 1987. This Time for Us by Elaine K. Sterling. A love like theirs could last a lifetime. Or a weekend. You never know. That's the exciting part of it. He made her life worth living. Sylvia Castellano was not your run-of-the-mill chemical engineer. She had a vibrancy all her own, and her special charm was not lost on Russ Taggart. When Sylvie walked into Russ's Vancouver workshop and bluntly asked for work, they both knew she'd walked into his life for good. Sylvie loved the intricate scale models Russ designed, and she loved Russ. The gentle giant of a man fascinated her, yet Sylvie sensed Russ was uneasy around her and wondered why she was piecing together little fences instead of getting on with her career. Okay, I was confused until I was like, oh yeah, he makes miniatures. So she's piecing together little fences instead of getting on with her career. But the truth was something Sylvie didn't know herself. Nerd, another nerd. We love nerds. And then on the back, we have like a, is that a log cabin or a stone cabin? And oh, there's a float plane and a isolated kind of retreat. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And okay, one more, and we'll be 80% of the way there. Judith Bolander, the best of yesterday. Together they had the best of everything. Okay, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? If you can possibly look at the screen, please do, because I think that we would all appreciate what's going on this cover. Look at all those books in the background. Is it a library? Is it a bookstore? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out. This is not a drill. Okay, very excited. I think it's a bookstore. Does people look like they're shopping? I don't know. I'm excited. She had to read between the lines because books. Jody Jensen was as old-fashioned as her charming Minneapolis bookshop. It's a bookstore. It's a bookstore. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But debonair lawyer Cliff McClelland had no interest in tradition. He came in search of a book and found Jody instead. Ooh. He was looking for Raise the Titanic, and he found Jody. Cliff was not a man. Cliff with only one F. He was not a man to bide his time, and Jody quickly found herself falling in love. But their conflicting values, once the material for playful banter, soon found them on opposing sides of a legal battle over the proposed sale of her store. Jody was prepared to put up a good fight. She was determined to save her store and win Cliff in the bargain. I know this lady who's really good at playing poker, who could probably help you raise some capital if you need it. And another lady whose capital comes from who knows where. Possibly poker playing? I don't know. And if you need some PR work, well, yeah, got yet another. And there they are. Look at them. They're frolicking in the snow. That's pretty awesome. And then we have some pictures of books down in the corner. It's part of like carrying over from this display. It looks like, that looks for all the world like it might be about Ronald Reagan. That totally looks like Ronald Reagan. Okay, so there we go. Okay, we have 10 to go after the next reading sprint. How are we feeling? How do we feel about these books? Are we excited? I'm excited, very excited. Okay. Okay, it's 8 minutes past, so I have another sprint, half hour. I'm excited, says Lisa. I mean, these are good books, it looks like. Well, I hope so. They're certainly, most of them are pretty promising. There's an awful lot of second chance. And like I said, I think most of the time I'm not pro second chance, but with that couple who lost their baby, that's really sad. And I hope they can get over it. Not get over, well, you don't get over something like that, but they can move forward with their relationship, having taken a break. Of course we're excited, says Wyoming. Barkety, especially for the good boy. Woo, good boy. Okay, so we are now going to go until 39 minutes past the hour. So sprinting until 00. I think this will be the last sprint, and I'll do the last 10 books when we get back from the sprint. And then we'll call it a day, maybe. Okay. That's the plan anyway. There we go. All right, I'm going to mute myself now, and I'll see you in 30 minutes. And we're back. It's been about a half an hour. Oh, ready to do the last 10 books and yeah, and then call it a day because it's what time is it? Getting on towards 6 where I am. And Mom Marionette and I had salads for lunch, and it was nice, but it wasn't all that filling. And we do have ice cream cake that we can have. Okay, it seems like somebody came into my comments and is greeting us from Spain. And she's subscribed to Tara, Stormy, and Ana. Nice, thank you. And she wants to leave a sarcastic comment. And she said, "You American women are good at teasing us Spanish women by telling us that we're not white. That's why we Spanish women scream like little girls being forcibly grabbed by their mother's hand." Well, personally, I don't really think that much about whether or not other people are white or aren't white. It's racism is a huge problem in this country, and I have no particular opinion about people from Spain and where they fall into these racial categories, which are, very arbitrary and not particularly useful. But unfortunately, we've decided as a country to embrace that, or at least we did in the past, and we're still dealing with that. So, yeah, whatever. Thank you for the virtual hug. And okay, Lisa's saying she had salad for lunch as well. Yeah, we had some lettuce, but we didn't have any tomatoes, which was disappointing. But we got lettuce, and we had a hard-boiled egg and a little bit of cheese and some chickpeas that we put into it, and it was very nice. Sprinkled a little fresh parsley on top. Very delicious. And we had it with we each had a little piece of mini naan on the side, and it was very good. But maybe we'll have ice cream cake for dinner, because lunch is our big meal of the day. Okay, so we still have 10 books to go. And like I said, I think then we can kind of knock off, I think, because it's getting on towards 6. Barkety. I had green fried tomatoes as my favorite. I don't think I've ever had fried green tomatoes. My mother says she used to make really good fried green tomatoes when they had green tomatoes in the garden, but I believe at that time I was either not born yet or I was an infant and they pureed them for me or something. I don't know. But I don't think I've ever had them. I mean, it's not like they're too hard to do, but still. Okay, should try it. Okay, Kara West. This is from May of 1987. This is Now There's Tomorrow by Kara West. And the tagline for this is, "A circle of secrets was closing in around her." Oh my goodness. And she's just like in a bikini, hanging out. And I assume he's got swim trunks, but who knows? Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Having a man around had its advantages. Well, yeah, they'll loosen pickle jar lids for you, but on the other hand, they keep putting things up on that top shelf that you can't quite reach, and it's just like, dude, come on. Not worth it. Amber's career as a divorce mediator provided all the real-life drama any one human being could crave. I think we can crave a lot of drama. So when her wisecracking best friend arranged what promised to be an exciting romance for her and their handsome landlord, Gil Massey, an elusive ex-cop. I said abusive. He's not abusive, one hopes. Amber beat a hasty retreat. Well, hopefully that's the only beating that's happening, and I just misread But when a child was suddenly and inexplicably left on her doorstep, Amber decided she might just have room for a man with Gil's capabilities in her life after all. He has a certain set of skills. I was thinking of Liam Neeson and Taken, especially when it becomes crystal clear that someone was out to get them both. Ooh. Now There's Tomorrow. And there's also a private plane. Ooh. Let's see that Speedo, says Gwen. I'm hoping there's a Speedo back there. Maybe he's just, private plane on the back. Party in the front. Okay. I don't know what that was. Maybe there is no Speedo, is what I'm saying. What Comes Naturally by Gail Hamilton, by the author of One in a Million. And it looks like we've got a beach fire. Nice. What was she to do? Hire that PR consultant from the other book. Finding herself on a canoe trip in northern Ontario without moose, blow dryer, or makeup was downright embarrassing for Elizabeth Wright, renowned creator of a well-known brand of organic cosmetics. The worst part was having to face her rival, Justin Archer, every day. He too had been conned into this trip while attempting to gain an endorsement for his own line of beauty products from the famous actress who'd engineered the outing. I wonder if he's upset not to have his moose. I mean, he's got that same dry look going on. And you know, for somebody who doesn't have moose, she's doing okay with that do. Oh my gosh. Gradually, the two of them begin to let their hair down. Business was forgotten as they discovered the pleasure of doing what comes naturally. Ooh, ooh. And there, it's on the back. It's a wraparound. Okay. A Perfect Gem by Lynn Erickson, by the author of Tangled Dreams. I think we had something else by Lynn Erickson earlier. This is from September 1987. Woo, we're moving along. That's September 1987, my senior year in high school. Mm-hmm. She could tackle almost anything or anyone. Jane Manning left. Oh, did I show you? Yep. Okay, now we actually can see that he is indeed wearing swim trunks. So it's not, you know, potentially scandalous. The Dunes of the Cape. She could tackle almost anything or anyone. Jane Manning loved her bodyguard job at Mercury Courier, New York. At Mercury Courier. New York was exciting, and protecting top secret documents and valuable goods appealed to her sense of adventure. But accompanying Graham Smith on assignments was a bonus she hadn't bargained for. Woohoo, woohoo, bodyguard. Graham soon wanted Jane by his side at all times, but he drew the line at the Amsterdam job. Ooh. A fortune in diamonds was at stake, and Mercury had already been hit by thieves. Jane grew suspicious. Despite her feelings for Graham, she sensed that he was up to something hazardous to their future happiness. So we've got some dunes here. And on the back, we have Amsterdam. The dunes could be in the Netherlands. They have a seaside. They have dunes. And on the back, we've got, you know, the row houses and I don't know, some kind of bodyguard thing and some tulips. Yeah, we're having a good old time. We're enjoying ourselves in Amsterdam when not in mortal peril. I hope they get a nice rice toffel. I'd love to have a nice rice toffel right about now. Okay. Suzanne Ellison. This is from May of 1987. I'm just traveling in time all over late 1986 into 1987. Suzanne Ellison, Pine Cones and Orchids, by the author of Wings of Gold. The cover does not show any pine cones or orchids. Ah, but they're on the back. They're on the back. Look, pine cones and orchids. Nice. They could never be more than friends. Safety Inspector Ted Ballard was Robin Walker's best buddy and a godsend to her kids. He'd helped them all survive the trauma of divorce, just as Robin helped him and his kids get over the loss of a wonderful wife and mother. Oh, did he start drinking bourbon? But what had come over Ted? Suddenly he was talking marriage. Oh my gosh, he wants free childcare. Robin had always dreamed of being swept off her feet with orchids and fancy dinners, not corsages made out of pine cones and noisy meals with their kids at Coultersville's local pizza joint. Or was that what real love was all about? Pine cones and orchids. Prime rib and pizza. Ooh, book 2 of the Rainbow Hills series. That's nice because we already saw book 1 way back at the beginning of it, which means I keep pushing these piles of books off to the side. So, like, I mean, the first book in the Rainbow Hills series is like way on the other side of the room by now. So Sally Garrett, Rainbow Hills. This is book 2, and this is from September of 1987. Oh, look! Visions, it's called. And look at Christmas tree, Christmas tree. Nice. She felt such comfort in his arms. Journalist Dan Page had been a source of silent support to Eileen Mills throughout her husband's long illness, and most especially after his death. Oh, she's going to be drinking a lot of bourbon. Now Dan was on her doorstep, challenging her to live and love again in a style that brooked no opposition. But preoccupied as she was with her family's failing potato farm, oh no, she's going to have to start playing poker. Eileen had no time for love, and she was too busy surviving. She was too busy just surviving to truly feel alive. Only Dan knew that priorities change and that loving and time have a way of altering everything. Look, there's the farm. There's farm equipment. Cool beans. Holiday romances are amazing. It makes me miss the Hallmark Channel. Yes. I think we've got 3. No. I think there's Season of Miracles by Emily Richards. This is the one that had the God's eyes on the tree that I was taken with. And then this one, I don't know if we had another Christmas one. Because this was actually January of 1980. I mean, December of 1986. Yikes. This one is September of 87. But you know what? You can go into any hobby craft supply store in the land in September and you will find Christmas stuff. Oh, back more Sandra Canfield. Night into Day by the author of Voices on the Wind. This is very 80s. There's a hot tub, jacuzzi. Could be the 70s, could be the 80s. Anyway. Some call the feeling kismet. When sports celebrity Patrick O'Casey's eyes met Alex Farrell's across a crowded New Orleans dance floor, ooh, New Orleans again, both of them felt like running. He wanted to run off with her. She just wanted to run. But Alex couldn't. Stricken by arthritis, she'd learned to cope by being self-reliant. More disability rep. And after opening a travel agency for the handicapped, she'd closed the door on romance. I don't see why those things need to be mutually exclusive. To Alex's bleak life, I guess she's in a lot of pain. Chronic pain's no joke. Patrick brought rainbows. Naturally, she felt he deserved the perfect woman. All Patrick had to do was convince her she was lovable as she was, perfectly imperfect. And look, there's some sort of child involved. It's a very pale cover. Looks like this cover is by Elaine Diolo. Oh no, M. Diolo. I think she's Elaine's daughter, maybe? I don't know. Somebody was talking about it the other day. I don't remember. Risa Kirk again, or Risa Kirk. Dreams to Mend by the author of Tempting Fate, which we already discussed. This is from August of 1987. Dreams to Mend. Are they in a haystack? Are they rolling in the hay? They're rolling in the hay, but there's also snow or maybe ice. Yeah. Oh gosh. She refused to dwell on what might have been. 15 years ago, Kira Stanfield had been America's hopeful for an Olympic gold in figure skating. But a tragic fall shattered that dream and her romance with country's skiing sensation, Yale Duncan. While Yale captured a silver and went on to build a fortune, Kira went home to heal. In the years since, they had forgotten about each other. Almost. Now Yale's daughter, a champion skier, was in need of a physical therapist, and Kira was one of the best. Seeing each other again stirred up memories, desires, and left them wondering if it was too late to mend a few dreams. Dreams to mend. And look, she looks to be skating on a frozen pond, and there's a church in the background. Foreshadowing of their looming marriage? Probably. Speaking of foreshadowing of a looming marriage, Meeting Place by Bobby Hutchinson, by the author of Sheltering Bridges. We saw her before. This is September of, we're back to 86. This is September of 86. Look. Is it a marriage of convenience? I hope it's a marriage of convenience. I love marriage of convenience. Ooh. No, they look like they're enjoying their first dance. It was a marriage of inconvenience. Ooh, even better. Ooh, I'm excited. Ordinarily, Alex Kane would do anything for his family without question, but his uncle and father's latest harebrained scheme. It's a marriage of inconvenience and a harebrained scheme. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it. Okay. Okay, so his uncle and father's latest harebrained scheme taxed even his loyalty. The two men wanted him to marry a stranger in Czechoslovakia and then spirit her to Canada. A widower, Alex had decided to remain so. Now he'll still be a widower even if he gets married again. Can't take that away from him. Or maybe he just doesn't want to get married because he's too busy, drinking that bourbon. One bourbon, one beer, one scotch. And at first, exchanging vows with the exotically beautiful Yolanda Balin didn't make him feel married. Then her refreshing approach to life in the West, coupled with her smoldering sensuality, had him behaving as any husband under the circumstances would. And it looks like her smoldering sensuality involves hanging out with some geese. She knows what's what. And there's a house in the background. Of course, there's always a house. Nice. Marriage of inconvenience. Chance Meeting by Meg Hudson, by the author of A Way to Remember. I'm pretty sure we had a Meg Hudson before, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. Back to September of 87. I can totally see one of the Golden Girls wearing this dress. Maybe with a little bolero jacket or something to cover up the shoulders. Her life was at a turning point. Sharon Williams needed time to think, and the place to do it was on a train. Oh, another train story. Heading for Miami and a well-earned vacation. So, yeah, a train in the U.S. Amtrak. But instead of being alone to straighten out her life, a computer's mix-up had her sharing quarters with a handsome stranger, Scott Williams. He was charming, caring, and an Air Force pilot. Ooh. The very profession Scott loved struck terror into her soul. Sharon had watched her husband die in a plane crash. And she started hitting the bourbon. He was, yeah. Yet she couldn't ask Scott to give up his career. She could only decide if loving him was a risk worth taking. Chance meeting. And there they are, hanging out on a train. Mm-hmm. It explains why she's on a train. She doesn't want to fly. He's on a train because trains are cool. And Yes is Forever by Jane Worth Abbott, by the author of Choices. And this is from June of 87. Yes is Forever. Yes is forever, but that decor isn't. little decorating humor there. She wanted to be a wife and mother first. Donna McGrath wasn't lacking in career ambition. On the contrary, she knew that one day she'd probably be coaching gymnasts of Olympic caliber. You know, if she could coach skiers and bicyclists of an Olympic caliber, you would have a crossover. But right now, she was single-minded. She had one summer in San Francisco to convince Bruce Fenton, the man she'd loved since she was a girl, to marry her. She concocted a plan. Ooh, a plan. I love it when there's a plan. To involve lawyer Bruce in her life. He'd search for her natural father, a man she knew he'd never find. Only somehow Bruce managed to accomplish the impossible, leaving Donna with an awful lot to explain. Yes, it was a crazy scheme. And that's the last book. It was a crazy scheme. Look at. They're having a nice picnic in the park. I don't know if that's Golden Gate Park. I mean, it's got a nice view of the bridge. So those were the books. Those were the books that I got in the mail yesterday. And over there on the shelf, I have the books that I picked up on Friday, which I will talk about next week. I'm excited for that too. So, how are we feeling? Are we ready for, it's just about 6 o'clock. Are we ready to enjoy our evening, night, morning, whatever? I know I'm ready for some ice cream cake. It'll be soothing on my throat, which is a little dry. partially because the air conditioner running all the time, and partially because I've been talking pretty much, a lot. Oh, there we go. Where are we? That's a great haul, says Wyoming. I agree. I'm very excited to read these books. Most of them. A couple of them that I was a little iffy on, but it'll keep me out of trouble for a little while. I made protein cheesecake. Is that like you use protein powder in the cheesecake, or in the crust, or is it just like the cheesecake without the crust? Tell us more. Now I got to figure out where I'm going to put these all. All of these all of them. Oh, I'll figure it out. I did. I don't know. I didn't really create any space in the heartfelt hallway. I just kind of made it make sense. So it's protein drink mixed with sugar-free instant pudding in the cheesecake flavor. Nice. Have you done this before, or is this an experiment? Do you use a crust, or is it just like keto? I use the airline vanilla flavor. Airline vanilla? Fairlife vanilla flavor. Oh, Fairlife, that's a brand? I mean, airline vanilla. I think I've had that. I've had airline vanilla. And then they stopped serving food altogether. So yeah, anyway, so what do you do about the crust? Like I was asking if there is a crust. Is this keto? Oh, here we go. She's got something. Experiment that came out amazing. No crust. I put it in mason jars. Oh, so it's just like protein drink. Oh, I would. So it's like kind of like protein pudding, but cheesecake flavor. Anyway, yeah. Are you going to put some fruit or something like that on the top, or just have it plain? The ice cream cake that we have is like, I got it at Dollar General. It's like an Oreo ice cream cake, but it's not very big. So I made a mess today. It's a mess, and I'm not mad about it. It is a joyous mess. Chaos, but the best kind of chaos. Book chaos. I may try to make a pineapple topping, as that's what I have. Okay, good. Nice. I was just going to say it's a fun mess. Barkety, barkety, barkety. Yes. Oh, phooey. I missed something when I was putting all those books. Oh dear. I screwed up. Oh well. I'll go sort that out while I go have some ice cream. Then I'll sort out the mess that I missed. Yeah. Okay. I thought I had everything under control. I don't, and that's okay. Okay, well, oh yeah. Anus says, I recently tried the Kroger orange ice cream they came out with. It's okay, 7 out of 10. Not enough orange. Needs more orange. More orange, more orange. Okay, well, thank you all for joining me this afternoon. And I will be back next Wednesday for more midweek motivation. And I will share the books that I got while I was out running around on Friday. And so, yeah, thank you so much for joining me. And I hope you have a good night or day.